Thank you, Emily.
Yeah. Hey, Brennan. Um, just so you know, Crystal Bader is not going to be the host. It'll be Emily Source.
Nancy, you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me all right? Can you hear me okay?
I can't hear you.
Hmm.
Let's try this. Can you say something?
Test.
Uh-oh.
I can hear both of you.
You can give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, so my microphone's working, but my speakers aren't. Okay.
All right.
You say something?
Thanks.
All right,
Test.
now, I got you.
All right. Good to go.
Good. Whew. Hi, Catherine. Can we do quick
Good
sound
morning.
before we get started with committee members? See, John is here, and would ask if possible that committee members keep their cameras on.
Good morning. How's my sound, Brennan and folks?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Great. Nice to see you.
Yeah. Saw John.
Yep, I'm on, just advance notice, about 10:30, I will move from my desktop to, I'll call in and finish the meeting on my phone as I travel to the airport.
Okay. Thanks for the heads up. And have we seen Eric yet?
I have not.
Okay. I'm going to text him. Is so fine. I'll wait a moment here.
Hi, Catherine. Hi, Nancy. Look at this. Brendan,
Hello, Mike.
Mike,
good to see you all. I'll just listen in here.
great. Well, I did send a text message to Mr. Cranges, and we'll give him one more minute, and then we do have a quorum, so we'll get started without him. And I will send him his tardy slip via certified mail. Okay, Catherine, John, Nancy, Lorna, you guys all ready to get started?
Good here.
Okay, awesome. All right, so we'll call today's emergency fire cost committee meeting to order on September 2nd at 10:02. Currently, we do have a quorum with Catherine and John here and myself. I'm gonna check real quick with support staff to see if there's anybody who is here under a phone number or a name that we need any confirmation for public members. I think we're good. Okay, we can always come back to that if we need to. Committee members were emailed the meeting material prior to the meeting and had a chance to review it along with the meeting notes from our previous meeting. And all our meeting materials will be available on the Forestry website for committees, EFCC, as soon as we can pull them together after this meeting concludes. Let's move to chair comments real quick. I'm going to go through a moment here to describe the future of Emergency Fire Cost Committee with a passage of 3940, and then we'll move on to agenda item. So this committee is going to see some very important changes with the passage of House Bill 39. Fourth, in our structure and in our fiduciary responsibility. The law updates several Oregon statutes and shifts our focus from large fire response to fire. That means our work over the coming year will center on developing the policies and tools needed to support this new direction. First step that we need.
Hey, Brennan.
Yeah.
Sorry, something's going on with your mic, at least for me. I don't know if it's for others. It's kind of fading in and out.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Thank you, Nancy.
Okay, that's a big problem. I'm gonna sign out and sign back in.
It sounds okay right now.
Let's try it without my video for a moment, see if it's just a bandwidth issue, which would be surprising. Is this working?
Yes.
All right, so as I was saying, with the passage of 3940, this committee is going to see some important changes, both in structure and in our fiduciary responsibilities moving forward. The new law is going to shift this committee's focus from large fire to preparedness, which means that over the coming year, our work is going to center on developing the policies and rules needed to support this new direction. Our first step is to establish the new committee so we can begin this business. Since 3940 passed, I've been working closely with ODF leadership and the chair of the Board of Forestry, Jim Kelly, to prepare a slate of appointments for the board's consideration at their meeting tomorrow. The statutory requirements as it relates to membership that are outlined in 3940 do change the committee a bit, and I'll provide a brief overview. So the committee will now include 6 members, 5 voting members who will have staggered terms ranging from 1 to 4 years for the first initial term, and 1 non-voting member from the Board of Forestry. I'm going to do a sound check real quick to make sure I'm still clear. Okay, great. So membership must include individuals who are being assessed for fire protection within a forest protection district within the state. And the committee makeup will include 2 representatives from large forest landowners, 1 representative of small forest landowner, 1 representative of a grazing landowner, 1 at-large member that represents one of the groups I previously mentioned. And these terms, large, landowner, small, and grazing, they're all defined in statute. Additionally, the committee will have a membership representative from the Board of Forestry. And finally, all of the 3 forest regions in the state need to have some representation on the committee. So the slate of members that was proposed to the Board of Forestry include Catherine, John, Eric, myself, and the addition of a grazing representative who is Bobby Corey from the Pendleton area. If the board confirms these appointments, we'll begin scheduling meetings for the newly formed EFCC in October to start our implementation. That'll be work that we work closely with ODF staff as we set the new path and vision for what this committee needs to do. For anybody who wants the full details or a deeper dive, everything is pretty clearly laid out in the 3940, and additional information is in the board's consent agenda, which is available. Any questions or comments from committee members? Nope. Awesome. Okay. So I think we have an agenda item further down with ODF staff to talk a little bit about what 3940 implementation looks like. To start scratching the surface. Become public post today about how it works. Let's move to agenda item number 2. That's approval of the minutes of June 3rd, 2025.
Hey, Brennan.
Yep.
Your audio's not real clear again.
Boy, I love virtual meetings. All right, bear with me. I'm gonna sign out and try a different account. I'll be back. Okay, an audio test.
Sounds good, Brennan.
Hopefully that works. Interrupt me if it gets periodically bad again, but I don't have quite as big of a speaking point from this moment forward. So let's move to agenda item number 2, which is an approval for the minutes of the June 3rd, 2025 meeting. Can I get a motion, please?
I'd move for approval of the minutes.
And a second. Catherine, you're on mute.
Second.
All right, thank you very much. All those in favor respond with aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 3, a fire season report. Mr. Curran, can you provide us a brief update?
I can, yeah. So good morning, folks. Michael Curran. I'm the ODF's Fire Protection Division Chief. And I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen if that's good. You guys actually get a preview of the Board of Forestry presentation for tomorrow that I'll go through a little bit quicker. So bear with me. Okay, can folks see that okay?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, perfect. Let me get this in presentation mode here. Okay, folks seeing that okay still?
Yep.
Okay, so just a quick reminder of kind of where we...
Michael, you may be looking at have shared the wrong screen. This is your screen that we're seeing.
Okay.
not necessarily the presentation screen.
Okay. I'm going to go about it a little bit differently here. Just won't share the full presentation mode. And we'll go about it old school wise here.
That works too.
All right. Sorry about that. Okay. Just a quick reminder of kind of where we were from the spring going into this summer, as it kind of tells a story a little bit for us. Looking at the map down in the bottom left, as a reminder, as we reported out in June when we met last with you all, really good snowpack, a lot of moisture going into the spring. And then April, the faucet turned off on us. And really, April's drought map was the first time, I think, in 7 or 8 years that the state of Oregon has actually been drought free, which has been quite some time. And then that map in the middle kind of tells you how quick things can change for us. When the faucet turns off and we don't see any rain for most of April, May, and June, to where by early July, most parts of the state, minus that Southeast Oregon portion, was already in some form of drought around the state. So with that, we saw conditions pick up fairly quickly in early June, and we'll see that going into the next slide that I have. To kind of talk through some of the fires around the state that we've had. So going into the next slide here. So this is a statewide fire map. Probably can't see it the greatest, but I'll just kind of highlight a few fires that we've had. So far this summer, we've had 4 ODF CIMT, Complex Incident Management Team deployments. The first one being the Rowena fire in early June. And talked about this one already in the last EFC meeting that we had, but really just the big thing to highlight on this one is for early June and just the loss of primary structures that we saw on this fire is really something we don't see in that time of the year, with 56 primary structures lost and 90 outbuildings. And then moving into early July, we had 2 more ODF CIMT deployments. The first one being the Grizzly Complex. And that one's significant. I'd classify it as a very small yet efficient thunderstorm that came up through Southwest Oregon into South Central Oregon, and really stalled primarily in Jackson and Josephine County, to where our local Southwest Oregon district resulted in 72 fires in that district alone that they had to respond to. With that, ODF Team 3 ended up having to go over there and take command of all those fires, or not all of them, but a portion of those fires, where the district kept the rest. Where that's significant is, of 72 fires, only about 800 acres, a little over 800 acres burned from all that, which is really a testament to the local initial attack that occurred by the district staff, to where most of those fires were almost caught, to where the team actually had very little work to do in terms of catching fire. It was more just managing the logistics and the sheer space around that district that they had to go travel to all the fires, just to be able to handle all the resources and manage those, to be able to get everything put out. And then while the team was down there, also had the Board Shanty fire. If you talk to some of the locals in that area, it's one of the toughest spots in that district, and one of those areas that folks don't sleep that well at night. If there was a fire in that area, and to be able to keep that at under 450 acres, again, is just a testament to being able to have the ODF team down there, along with the work with the district staff. So, and at that same time, we had another one of our CIMTs on the Klamath Lake District to manage the Elk, Schmore, and Hagglestein fires at the same time. So, and then we kind of got into this lull in terms of large fire activity in the state, which was a very welcome relief for not only our team members, but districts as a whole, to where we went almost 5 weeks really without seeing a large fire in the state of Oregon, which is something a lot of us have not seen in quite some time. But eventually all good things come to an end. I'm sure folks are tracking this flat fire that burned just northeast of Sisters, got within about 3 miles of the town of Sisters. Again, tough fire, wind driven from where the start of the fire occurred to where they ended up catching it a little over 15 miles in length that fire ran. So over 890 structures were evacuated. And with that, thanks to all the good work by local first responders, only 4 primary structures were lost. So it just tells you to the testament the work done locally with the flat fire. And ODF Team 3 is currently on that with hopes that they'll be traveling home by the end of this week and get rested back up and back up on rotation. So at the same time, have had a handful of FEMA fires that qualified for fire management assistance grants. 5 of those in total this summer that we're tracking, with 2 of those being primary ODF fires, the other fires being outside ODF districts. So just some IA successes going back to Southwest Oregon District. It seems like we always end up with a fire in the upper Applegate area down there just kind of southwest of Jacksonville. Really good catch late June. Had a similar fire there last summer that went to a little over 1,000 acres. This one just due to some increased severity assets that we were able to bring on earlier and the ability to bring on some additional staff earlier this year as well. Again, tough conditions in late June. District able to keep that and run it in-house in terms of managing it from beginning to end and catching that at 453 acres. So good work by our Southwest Oregon District staff, because that fire had a ton of potential to be another large fire in the state that we were able to prevent just from the use of our severity program and the ability to bring on firefighters earlier this summer. Talk through the Grizzly complex and that lightning storm that went through. I think a cool stat to see that between SOA and EOA, we responded to over 100 new fire starts in total across that storm, with 1,300 strikes statewide. Of those being both lightning and human-caused fires. An aggressive initial attack kept most of those starts contained to an average of about a half an acre, all the way up to 6 acres, just minus a few. So good work there by staff. And then we also saw another lightning event July 7th and 8th that brought 600 lightning strikes in Southwest Oregon and Northern California. Over 72 new confirmed fires with that one. And again, a handful of those being stopped at 1/10 of an acre to 6 of an acres. And then we saw about a week and a half of monsoonal influenced lightning after a week of extreme heat that brought a string of ignitions from the California border all the way up to the west side of the Cascades into Douglas County and Klamath area as well. And most of those, minus a handful up on our federal partners on the Forest Service land, able to catch most of those at initial attacks. So a lot of really good work going on by the local districts. So next slide here, really just to highlight and talk about all the good work we've got with our partners, state-to-state partners, and our compact partners. Early this season, needing to rely heavily to bring in a lot of middle overhead and some engine support to help us with our team deployments. So in all, we've imported 76 resources, either through our Northwest Compact or our state-to-state agreements that we have. So that continues to be a strong success for us moving forward as we continue to bolster more and create more of those agreements nationwide with our state partners. I do want to talk about just some of our severity aircraft statistics. Not going to get into the details with the stats that you see in front of you, but really do want to highlight, and Kyle will get into this a little bit with the 3940 presentation. We were able to gain an additional $2 million this year in severity funds, which has proved instrumental for us. With that additional $2 million, we were able to bring some resources on a little bit earlier with the early fire season that we had to be able to do that. But also what we were able to do is start or bring on 2 air attack platforms with the hopes of actually building an air attack program. So these are supervisory air attack positions that kind of coordinate all the air efforts that we have just with the increased aircraft that we have as part of our program, and has proved instrumental for us in not only air attack, but flying also detection flights for us as well after all these lightning storms that we've seen. So, and have been able to share with our federal partners as well to help fly off some of those hours that we have from the contract, for the contract that we have in place with these folks. Then the other neat thing we've been able to do is we've added 3 10-person hand crews this summer that have really helped us during that initial attack phase to be able to provide quick, easy access to crews, or sometimes that might take a little bit for them to respond depending on where they're coming at in the state. And we've been able to share those from Northeast Oregon all the way down to Southwest Oregon and all the way into Northwest Oregon as well. So all 3 of those crews have seen a lot of fire time this summer, just with the initial attack load that we have seen. Going into large fire costs, and again, Kyle will touch on this during his 3940 presentation, but as a reminder, starting in July 1st, Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund transitioned away from large fire to where now it's solely all general fund. And with that, and these costs probably have changed, but as of August 25th, where we're at in terms of total large fire costs as a state is 97 million gross costs for all of our fires. And then our net costs that the state's actually responsible for will be 43 million. That gap of 54 million is costs that will be recovered either through other agencies and or FEMA. And this graph is just kind of a good indicator of where we're at, especially from last season, but also kind of on par with where we've seen over the past 7 to 8 fire seasons as well. So, okay, kind of going into some fire statistics, just from what we've seen this summer. So far, one of our key performance measures is keeping 98% of fires kept at 10 acres or less. So far this year, we're sitting at 95%, which we're a little less than what our key performance measure is. But you can kind of see year to date based off our 10-year average. So responding to more fires, and a lot of that's attributed to just more human-caused fires that we're seeing, but also with the increased lightning that we've seen this year, a lot more lightning starts. But thankfully, one of the big things we've seen this year with the lightning that we've gotten is have been more wet than what we saw last year, where a lot of the storms that came through ended up being dry. And then really the acres tells the story for us. Much less acres burned this year. And again, a lot of that's even with the uptick in fire causes and fire starts, I should say. A lot of good work going on by the crews to help keep fires small the best that we can. And kind of where we're at going forward. So looking at above average temps for September, October, November. But potentially either average or above average in terms of seasonal precipitation. So that's good. As of September 1st, all the forecasts prior were calling for an increased large fire activity for the northwest part of the U.S. Through September going into October. But that's changed a little bit for us to really it's just that far northwest corner of the U.S. now that's showing large fire potential, where everything else is showing pretty much on par or average. So I would say we're still going to be in the thick of things through September for sure, especially with some of the forecasts I'm seeing over the next couple of weeks. But definitely a change in that long-term outlook, which hopefully that will come to fruition moving forward. So with that, I will go ahead and stop the presentation and see if there's any questions. But before we do so, I'd really just want to highlight all the good work that's going on out at the district level and by Protection Division staff. Again, just because there's been a lack of large fires in the state does not mean there's not a lot of good work going on. Districts are responding to new starts every single day and doing really good work putting them out. So with that, I will go ahead and end the presentation and see if folks have any questions.
No questions from me. Just want to reiterate and double down on your comment on the districts and the great work they're doing. Yeah, the numbers look good, and that is because of their hard work. We appreciate that very much. Any questions or comments from committee members?
No, I want to echo what you just mentioned there, Brennan. Great work at the district level by folks. Really appreciate it. And Michael, to your point, had a lull, so hopefully everybody caught their breath because it could still be a long September.
For sure.
In total agreement, folks. The districts have been rocking it. And I've been making notes about things as we move to preparedness, earlier fires, hotter fires, the wildland urban interface, all challenges that I look forward to working on.
Perfect. Okay, we'll close agenda item number 3. And before we move to agenda item number 4, I did actually have correspondence from Eric Cranges. I just didn't see it, and he has an excused absence. So, let's move to agenda item number 4, implementation of House Bill 3940. Mr. Williams, can you lead us through some of your thoughts here? And perhaps this be somewhat of a discussion, but I want to make sure that we're not too presumptive here on the committee side of things, because we still have to have our membership supported by the Board of Forestry.
Yeah, it's perfect. So, morning, everybody. Kyle Williams, Deputy Director of Fire Operations here at Oregon Department of Forestry. And thanks, Brennan. Yeah, this, what I'm thinking, I'll tee up a little bit. We'll take a step back and talk about, just making sure everybody's grounded in what 3940 got us, and then some of what we're thinking of as the agency. It's interesting. The bill or session wrapped up 2 months ago in a couple days. And Michael and I and James and Tracy and several others on this call have been frantically trying to catch up to the wave of what that has meant from a workload perspective. And I think we always feel behind. And then I'm reminded, we're in the middle of fire season, 875 fires, and trying to track all that down. And you guys are spot on. I'm going to take a short detour here. The districts and the response this summer's been phenomenal. Michael mentioned, some wet thunderstorms, and all that's really done is given folks maybe a day to see what they can do to catch that darn thing. And the complete and coordinated system has really shined this summer. It's been phenomenal, right? The support we've gotten from you folks in terms of the investments in the detection, that's paying off. The primary detections from the aerial platforms have been phenomenal. The camera network, phenomenal. The ability to get places quickly when we talk about, our new guard stations. It's been a summer that has really shown the investment on the front end pays off in savings on the back end. Because 100 more fires, those large fire costs are significant this summer, but boy, it could be a lot worse in terms of impacts on not just the cash basis, but the community impacts as well. And then, talking about that flat fire, there are 6 different organizations on the delegation for the flat fire that ODF and OSF have been leading the response on. And so just the complete coordinated, work with the federal partners, it has really, everything you folks have done leading up to this summer has really paid off. It's been cool to see. So where are we taking it next? Because the fire regime is growing, and we've talked about that for a long time, faster than our systems have been able to keep up. And then we took a big step forward with 3940. And trying to keep pace with it. And so I want to make sure we're all grounded in what that means at the great risk of technological difficulties. Chair Gereltz, I'm going to share my screen, but I just have 2 slides for you. First one, are you seeing the presentation there, Brennan?
Yes.
Okay. And just the one slide?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. So quick grounding here, House Bill 3940, kind of 4 key foundational elements. We talked about that first one. The target was to get sustainable funding for the 3 tenets of the cohesive strategy. And so that's adequate response, community preparedness, and landscape resilience. We talk about that landscape resilience in terms of that mitigation, as well as the community preparedness in terms of mitigation. In as far as landing long-term beyond this biennium funding, we were able to get that on that third leg, the mitigation. And so we got dedicated money for our landscape resiliency fund, and we got dedicated ongoing sources of funding for community preparedness. And I'll show you guys a chart here in just a second that breaks that down. But super grateful. I think it's a significant step forward for Oregon. There are not very many states that can say, regardless of the amount, we have a plan to fund mitigation efforts in the wildland space on an ongoing basis beyond just these 2 years. So that's really cool. And I think, there are several folks on this call that were part of that effort, the Fire 35, and just the general communication and effort to pass the bill. And everybody ought to take a second to recognize that's pretty monumental what was achieved there through 3940. So great thanks to the legislative body, the governor's office for their support, and then everybody here that did that work. The next element there, ODF funding modifications, right? How do we sustainably and durably fund our local effort and large fire response? This is where you folks are certainly front row center. Not only did we change in terms of how we're paying for our base and large wildfire, but we're changing the EFCC role and responsibility moving forward, and I'll talk about that in a second. I'm really, really excited about the opportunity in front of us here. The key success between ODF and our ratepayers has always been the partnership, and that has done a lot in terms of pushing us to be better at the work we do. And now that we're going to turn that focus for our landowner partnership to that preparedness, right, where that primary investment pays off for us the most is keeping fire small, and that's where you guys are going to be focused moving forward. And I think that's a huge opportunity to continue to improve as we go into the future. You see that rural fire protection districts and forest land classification. That was a significant long-term. For 10 years, we've been talking about that interface between RFPDs and ODF and who's on first and who's getting what. And we took some big steps in terms of helping the RFPDs continue to move forward in this space and still maintain ODF's role as primary wildland fire agency. And so I'm happy with that. And then we did a little bit of work to help both agencies, OSFM and ODF, with our cash flow challenges into the future. And so some treasury loaning authority there. It still requires positive acknowledgement from the legislature, which is absolutely their job. And so happy with where that ended up too. We've not tested that yet and likely won't, at least in the near term with what I know, but at least that conversation's been teed up for the future. So this is a busy slide. Apologies. Probably looks like a chart for ants on many people's screens, but going to go very fast here to show you what landed in terms of hard dollars from the 3940 effort. Michael mentioned the severity program. We had asked for a total target of a $28 million biennial budget, and we got 24. That was a budget that was at 20 for the biennium, and so that lift of $2 million annually, we've already turned that into positive returns. Michael mentioned the air attack platforms, the additional short crews ready to respond. And so just again, severity continues to be dollars invested that pay off huge in the back end. Similar program for OSFM, their immediate response prepo. They asked for 8, got 6. There's some other stuff related to their agency budget bill. The landowner rate adjustments piece you see here, that's what I'll talk about in a second in terms of the way we changed where dollars flow within ODF for the landowners, created some rate relief, but also, addressed some principal conversations about, where dollars are primarily spent. And we'll talk about that and what you guys have to do with that next. Aviation wildfire detection technology improvements, again, trying to improve our ability to see them when they're small and get out there quickly. Asked for 8, received 4. And we're still doing work in terms of where we can direct those dollars in this biennium. OSFM, a series of asks here for the upstaffing grants, which provide additional firefighters at the local fire service level. Asked for 12, got 6. They've got some agency budget related considerations there that I think will make that still stay whole. Engine program and their fire mutual aid were addressed in other ways as well. Then you get into that dedicated mitigation funding. We asked for 20 million on an ongoing basis for our landscape resiliency program. Says here we got the 21. That's 2 two ways. So we got dedicated funding from the nicotine tax and 20% of the interest from the rainy day fund moving forward, and also a one-time infusion to get us to a point where those revenues are coming in of $7 million through the Christmas tree bill, as it's affectionately known as. So $21 million. Part of that is anticipated revenue. Part of that is for sure revenue for work this biennium. And our Forest Resources Division, along with, well, actually all three divisions, are doing work right now to make sure that we build that program in anticipation of being able to maximize how those dollars are spent. So lots of ongoing conversations in anticipation of being ready to put that money out on the ground and have it ready to match other projects. This was $5 million for our small forest land grant program. We rolled that into the landscape resiliency program ask because these dollars are a little more flexible than what we had before. As such, they rolled that money into just the delivery here. OSFM got significant investment in their community risk reduction program. Again, that's that third leg, prepared communities. Asked for 32, got 42 by the time we're done. Again, a significant one-time injection in anticipation of those ongoing dollars. And then you see some other asks from some other agencies related to the wildfire space. Conservation Corps, who's doing good work through the youth programs, got 5 on an ask of 10. And then really, I want to be clear in terms of the dollars that were appropriated for the large fire ask. The two agencies had set a target of 146 million for both in terms of covering this, or actually 150 million, based on a 5-year look back at our rolling average net suppression cost. That's that 46 million, I think Tracy told us it's at right now. They did allocate 150 into the special purpose appropriation into the e-board. That still requires the agencies to carry those costs on the front end and then go ask the e-board. I think our first opportunity will be in February to get those reimbursed. And so significant in terms of more dollars parked to the e-board. But we still have a little bit of work to do in terms of quickly being able to access them from the cash flow pinch perspective. But that is an important and appropriate step forward in terms of investing money ready to go for those large fire costs. Interesting, this time they were directed for emergency response to natural disasters. So there may be other agencies that are anticipating requesting some of that 150 million, which is also an important consideration as we talk about what did we do there. So I think I stopped sharing, Brennan. Any questions really quick on that before I move towards quick implementation conversations?
You're still sharing your screen.
Still sharing my screen. How about stop sharing? How about now?
There you go.
There we go. I don't know why we can't just do Zoom. I have Zoom figured out. Sorry, folks. Okay, so what next in terms of implementation? We talked about, July 1 or sine die, June 28th. Rapid having to certify, landowner rates for bills that are going to go out in November. That became the first and most important focus. So Tracy, James, others on the call, we were really, all right, very quickly, compressed time frame. What do we do with the dollars that were given to us by the legislature to create immediate rate relief? We got that pushed through our district budget process, put into the rate letters that went out to the counties, and we made that deadline of July 15th, so that all of the counties can make sure that the right rates with the reductions, thanks to the dollars that we were given, will show up on the November 15th bills. So that was significant. That bought us a little bit of time as we talk about now, okay, what does it mean as we prepare for FY27 budgets, right? We know that the dollars that used to flow into the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund are now going to go into the district budgets to set the base rates that will go out FY27, which is that July 1 of summer 2026. First most important thing was to get those new surcharge and minimum rates sent out to the counties, and so we did that, right? That was the increase of $10 on the surcharges that will flow in. We anticipate the harvest tax will start on January 1st. Those will also contribute to the new revenues that will be sent to the OFLPF. And then we still have to talk about what exactly does that look like in terms of money flow, the role for the EFCC in terms of overseeing those dollars, and then how exactly do they come back into the district budgets. And so there's an internal work group right now, ODF staff. There's far more complicated than I want to bother this group with, but there's an important thing related to colors of money. And landowner dollars are treated a very specific way in state government budgets, known as other funds. And in order to make sure that we're appropriately tracking all these dollars, we need to understand what our decision in space and flexibility is. And so that work is ongoing right now. We also have a meeting, I think, Brennan, on the books the end of this month to engage with you guys, the EFCC. And we've got rulemaking policy. Brennan laid it out really well to start the meeting. The next year is going to be defining EFCC's role in what's next. And I mentioned earlier that I'm really excited about the potential for this. When we talk about that landowner partnership and really growing the program over time, and what's the best way to do that is you folks are experts out on the ground in terms of protecting your lands, engaging with ODF. It's a rare and unique partnership across state government. And what I see next, your dollars are going to be driving into that preparedness budget, right? So that on the ground, I call it the local fire department level. So just like a local fire department has their the board that helps them in terms of what's important, what's next, and looking at a statewide basis, how are all the districts doing their budgeting? How are all the districts investing and looking around the corner? That's you guys into the future. That's your role as an advisory board to the agency, and to Michael and I, and to the program, and to the all of those functions, helping us look around the corner, anticipate the next challenges. I think as we move into future legislative conversations, it was always a scenario where the agency, we do our POP development, and then we go naturalize that with our stakeholder communities. I think there's an opportunity moving forward for the EFCC on the front end to say, here's what's important to us. Here's what we think the agency might think about prioritizing. And your role now with that Board of Forestry member specifically on the EFCC is going to be a lot tighter than I think we even had before in your role as governors of that large fire fund. And so the sky is really the limit in terms of potential. I think we're going to take a little while to find our footing and really see what becomes next. I look at other states and they've got similar analog landowner engagement opportunities. Washington has a pretty cool one that looks at a statewide basis, and I think that's what EFCC is going to do for us moving forward. We look at other opportunities too. We've got kind of some duplicative efforts right now. We've got our headquarters services budget committee that is made up of similar landowners right now. And so we have headquarters services meetings, and then we have EFCC meetings, and we both talk about where the dollars are going and what's important. And I think that's a potential role for this group to serve on moving forward, right? From the headquarters services budget all the way down to the water coming out of the hose. You folks are going to have eyes on how that's going. It will be set up still the same way. I don't want to change anybody's opinion of how our budgets work. Those are for the districts to build with your local landowner boards because they're going to know best at that forensic level. And then it will be up to the Board of Forestry to approve them. But you folks are going to have a statewide perspective that I think is going to be really important moving forward. So those are the two really important things for us next. Implementing the OFLPF dollars into the district-based budgets and the EFCC policy and rule writing in order to get things up on plane by July 1, 2026. Again, I'm super excited about the potential in front of us. Looking forward to that partnership. And I think there's a lot of work in front of us, but a pretty cool opportunity as well. So that's where we're going next, Brennan. A lot of work this month and through the winter.
Thank you, Kyle. Quickly, any desire from State Forester Skinner or Michael to speak? You don't have to, but
I think I'll just add a couple pieces just to introduce myself to everybody that's on here. Kate Skinner, the interim state forester. So I think I'll just follow up a little bit on two pieces. One, tomorrow is our Board of Forestry meeting, And you'll hear that Heath Curtis is going to be the board member that joins EFCC committee. I think folks know Heath. He's with Hampton Lumber and has been on the board for, I think, a couple years now, at least a year and a half. So I think he's going to be a great partner there moving forward as we get this lined out. I think the second piece of it too, just for complete transparency, is Nancy and Lorna have been reporting to our business services group. With that alignment, as we move ahead, Nancy and Lorna are going to report over to Michael Curran. And so that's going to be just that piece that Kyle was just talking about, of just having that alignment, having that more statewide perspective to what that looks like in the preparedness side of it. So, that's effective today. Hopefully somebody talked to Nancy and Lorna. Yeah, so those things are going ahead. So we're trying to match, just like Kyle said, we've got a lot of work to do, but match our organization and have the right people in the seats to help with this work. I'll leave it at that.
Excellent. I just want to, say how appreciative I am watching the agency grab this new ball of yarn and start to unravel it and set some guidance for where, and some strategic vision of where this committee can be valuable to the organization. You guys have done excellent work thus far. And, I want to somewhat double down that this committee, the history of this committee has proven, I would say, its value in the public-private partnership. Its nexus was large fire, but some excellent work working with ODF between the committee and ODF. And it's my intent to see that continue just with a new focus, right? And I think, Kyle, you did highlight some things that I think this committee with ODF can help bolster the firefighting efforts, and also continue to respond to what is arguably a developing situation. Each summer, we're faced with a new fire season. Fingers crossed it's always a mild one and boring, but that's just not what we've seen since about 2013. We get new curveballs each year, and I'm optimistic for what this committee can provide to the districts as a voice for the districts up to ODF and the Board of Forestry predominantly, and even into the legislature, but also just the operational, with your expertise of where things are at operationally, and us as landowners, who are the stakeholders, who are the funders of protection moving forward. I think it's going to make for an excellent partnership. So I appreciate your vision on that and the update. Any comments or questions from Catherine? You can go first, and then John, you're on deck if you have something. I know you switched over to the phone, but if you've got a comment you want to make, jump in after Catherine.
Great job getting it organized, guys, during fire season. You do fantastic work. Other agencies just get rules to write after the legislature is over, but they don't go fight fire. So you guys are amazing in that way. I look forward to, as we continue our organization and work, to participate and to represent the Northwest District and the small landowners across Oregon, where every acre that burns really matters to the small ones. Not that it doesn't matter to the large ones, but it really matters to the small ones. And you guys have done an amazing job this year, keeping that to a minimum. Appreciate it.
Great. Thanks, Catherine.
Hey, Kyle, thank you for the update. Appreciate it, and excited to see the progress you all have made on unwinding this and getting right to work on what this means going forward. And I'm looking forward to next steps. So, keep up good work, and fingers crossed for a quiet month or so, and hopefully you can make some more headway on it.
Excellent. Thanks, John. Okay, With that, let's move on to agenda item number 5. Nancy, can you provide us with your administrator's report?
Yeah, good morning. Really appreciate the updates from ODF today and comments from Emergency Fire Cost Committee members. And with all that, as you can tell, that Lorna and I have been in a little bit of flux, but plenty remains on our plate from the past and cleaning things up and filing things correctly to keep a good historical record. Some of the things we continue to work on are auditing some of the FEMA audited fires from ODF from fire season 24, completing the audit report, which we would presume bring back to the new EFCC at the turn of the new year. At some point, we are scheduled next week for a second meeting, visiting with fiscal services staff on continuing to work through the reconciliation of Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund and General Fund. And I think we are all in agreement of working towards a goal to perhaps have all of that reconciled by January. So want to recognize and honor that they have several new employees in their division there. But I think with everybody that's on board coming together, I'm hopeful that we can get there and get that wrapped up. And at the same time, Lauren and I have been focused behind the scene, trying to do some legwork, thinking about House Bill 3940 implementation. And we have our sleeves rolled up, and I feel like there's a big snowball at the top of the hill, and we're about all ready to push it over, and it's going to continue to pick up lots of different good policy work going forward. So that's it, Brennan. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, the next agenda item is good for the order and public comment, but before that, so anyone who has a public comment, please prepare yourself to speak, but I'll look for any closing comments from committee members. Catherine, you're the only face I can see, so if you have anything. Nope, nothing from Catherine. Go ahead, John.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, just as we move forward, we'll develop the rules of the road for the EFCC committee, and I can see where our role splits from large fire, but because it's close to home here, and we have somewhat of a captive audience with ODF. Just looking out at some of the mitigation dollars that have been identified through 3940, and be interested in the future to hear how priority areas are being identified. For example, are there continuous, regularly large fires in one particular geographic area that are a problem, and can there be, is there a way to prioritize those mitigation dollars towards those areas? For example, in Klamath County, we have Bly Mountain. I don't know how many millions of dollars have been spent on large fires in that area in the last 5 to 7 years. Is there some mitigation work that can be done with it? Just different ways of identifying priority areas rather than just people sending in grant applications. And again, thank you for the updates today, everyone. It's been good.
Well, John, you broke up a little bit, but I think everybody understood what you're getting at with the mitigation dollars, and I think that'll be definitely a topic that we can the new committee can unpack to see where the appropriate nexus is for this committee with that. All right. Anything else to close with, John?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, finally, any public comment? Would ask that you use the raise your hand function, and if you can't do that, then just jump in. Okay, okay, let's close the public comment period. So last item where we typically announce when the next EFCC meeting, but one of the changes in 3940 is that the EFCC no longer is statutorily required to meet the day before the Board of Forestry meeting. I'm personally very excited about having that monkey off our back. So the effective date of 3940 is September 27th. So we're in kind of a pause until that date. So we will wait until after that date and send out some notification of when we can gather. For committee members, I would encourage you, I think we probably we're required to have quarterly meetings, but I think with the scope of work that we have between now and July of next year, we may meet more frequently this year, and some of our meetings may be a bit longer. I want to make sure that we have ample time for discussion to unpack some of this stuff and start building a framework. So we will be in touch, and meetings will be properly notified for the public to be able to attend those as well. Okay. With that, let's close today's meeting at 10:59. Thank you all for attending, and thanks ODF for the information you provided. Take care.